are the writings of the ancients? As we dive into this, please reveal to us how it points to you. Jesus, you are the Mashiach, the King that both testaments, for especially the First Testament, has been going. We need someone. The Second Testament goes, that someone's here, and you hear in that Second Testament, what you have said, Jesus, is these point towards you. So please reveal to us that truth. Amen. The fall of the bloody city. Emptiness, just emptiness, devastation. The spirit melts, the knees knock, all bodies tremble. The faces of all of them have collected a flush. So where is the lion's dwelling? The pasture for the cougars, where the lion walked, the lioness, the lion's cub, with no one disturbing. The lion tearing enough for its cubs and strangling for its lionesses, filling its layers with prey, its dwellings with prey. Here am I toward you, a declaration of Yahweh armies. I shall burn its cherry tree in smoke. The sword will devour your cougars. I shall cut off your prey from the earth. Your aides' voice will no more be listened to. Hey, city of bloodshed, all of its deception, full of plunder where prey doesn't depart. The sound of the whip, the sound of the rumble of a wheel, a horse galloping, a chariot jumping, cavalry going up, sword flashing, spear glittering, a multitude slain, a heap of corpses, no end of the bodies. People fall over their bodies. Because of the abundant whoring of the whore, the graceful goodness of the expert in charms, who sells nations with her whoring, clans with her charms. Here I am toward you, a declaration of Yahweh armies. I shall expose your skirts over your face. I shall show the nations your nakedness, kingdoms your humiliation. I shall throw abominations over you, demean you, and make a spectacle of you. All who see you will flee from you. They'll say, Nineveh is ruined. Who will mourn for her? Where shall I look for people to comfort her? Are you better than Thebes, which was sitting on the Nile, water surrounding it, whose rampart was the sea, its wall made from the sea? Mighty Sudan, Egypt without end, put in Libya were your help. Even it was for exile, it went into captivity. Even its babies were smashed at the head of every street. For its honorable men, people cast lots. All its important people were bound in chains. Even you'll become drunk, you'll be in hiding. Even you'll look for a refuge from the enemy. All your fortresses are fig trees with the first fruit. If people shake them, they will fall into the mouth of an eater. There your company is woman in your midst. To your enemies, the gates of your country are wide open. Fire is consuming your gate bars. Draw siege water for yourself. Draw siege water for yourself. Strengthen your fortresses. Tread the clay, trample the mud, take hold of the brick mold. Fire will devour you there. The sword will put an end to you. It will devour you like the grasshopper, multiply like the grasshopper. They multiply like the locust. You made your merchants more than the stars in the heavens. The grasshopper strips and flies. Your guards are like a pile of grubs that settle on walls on a cold day. When the sun comes out, they flee. Their place where they are isn't known. Your shepherds have gone to sleep, king of Assyria. Your nobles settle down. Your people have scattered over the hills, and there's no one gathering them. There's no healing for your wound. Your injury is severe. All who hear the report of your clap their hands at you. All who hear the report of you clap their hands at you, because to whom has evil from you not passed constantly. So here is Nineveh, and their fall is coming. And Nineveh was known for just grotesque evil and how evil is now going to find them. The British Empire began with Elizabeth I and lasted until Elizabeth II. Much of its early achievements was based on slavery, though it would be nice to think that there was a moral link between slavery abolition and the empire's reaching its heyday in the 19th century, but it got tired in the 20th century and gave up. And the 20th century belonged to the United States. Nowadays, it's sometimes said that the United States is tired and will hardly continue to be the world's sole superpower and police officer. Atrocities associated with the Iraq War contribute to a sense of moral tiredness with this role. My American wife thinks the Chinese will simply come and ask for their money. You could say that Assyria was tired in Nahum's day, and that he didn't require a special revelation from God to see that the empire's days were numbered. But maybe that's only evident with hindsight. It doesn't look as if Nineveh thought that either Assyria or Judah believed Assyria's downfall to be inevitable or imminent, like other prophets. Nahum has a conviction born from the awareness that God has spoken to him and the awareness that the empire must fall for theological and moral reasons. Nahum thus continues to bring Judah good news concerning the putting down the superpower. At the moment, nations like Judah are its prey. They'll then be safe. Nahum goes on to describe the chaotic violence that the bloody city brings to the different parts of its empire when it sends off its army. He berates Nineveh for the immorality of its focus on trade and its reliance on its information resources. In doing so, he takes up the conviction of describing a city as a woman. So the city becomes a whore who is exposed for her trade. In 663, the Assyrians themselves had captured Thetis on the Nile, a city that looked impregnable. If Thetis can fall, is any city safe? Nahum describes Nineveh's fall as if it's happening before his eyes, which in his vision it is. Its fortifications look impressive, but they'll fall like ripe fruit from a tree. It will look as if it has no defense at all. As if it's an unwalled village. Its army looks brave, but it will collapse with the stereotypical fear of a woman. Its leaders will turn out to be totally incompetent. Its king won't know what to do. Nahum here names Assyria for the only time in the book. Further, although the book's introduction told us that Nineveh was its subject, the city was named just once in the first section and once in this last section. The prophecy thus lies open to being applied to other empires as well as Assyria and other cities as well as Nineveh, which is another implication result of its being included in Scripture. Within Israel's script experience, the good news in due course will be that its warnings apply to Babylon as they apply to Nineveh. Isaiah 40-55 takes up Nahum's earlier comments about the feet of a herald on the mountains bringing good news, and takes a description amidst Nineveh reliance on its experts, and applies them to Babylon. The bad news is that the description of Nineveh's fate can also apply to Miss Jerusalem, which is also a bloody city whose infants will be smashed at the head of every street. All right, friend, we talked through, so we can start. I'll be back. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Oh.
Okay, now it's supposed to on.
I remember the Red Raids, Outlander. I know what outsiders bring to the cut.
Oh, there's your answer. One source style beat ya.
Most of them don't last a week.
Hmm.
Oh, whoa.
I could paint like that if I tried.
Yeah.
Another broken bowstring. How do I keep doing this?
Watching.
I can't eat.
This is the same guy. Oh, so best 2 out of 3.
There I was, atop the cloud sheer, the blizzard raining blows upon me. Back
Bergrand, how'd your investment pay out?
Quite handsomely, thanks very much. You know those three crazy Manuka calling themselves Nukoni's arrows now? Well, now that I have those parts, I can pay off a debt of my own.
So they've gone south then?
Aye, that they have. I've got a friend in the Sundom by the name of O'Toole. He owes me a favor. Old O'Toole is a machine scavenger, a pretty competent one. So I sent them to learn from the best.
Or at least from the pretty competent.
Well, we work with the resources we have. Speaking of which, here, a token of my gratitude.
there I was, atop
Like my game. Okay. Will mommy be okay with that?
the cloud sheer, the blizzard.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, is that one of those slam finishers?
Care to talk about these?
They're not really mine, but I've always got...
There you go, Enjuk. That should be the last of the figurines.
The blue light. I didn't know if I'd ever see the whole collection reunited. And look at them. They're beautiful. You've done a great thing, Aloy. These may represent the last record that any of these beasts ever lived. Take this. It's the least I can do. And come back anytime. I and our animal friends await your return.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
Are you sure? You can never learn too much.
That's where the sticker that's where the sticker originally was. But sometimes it just melts off, so Daddy just takes it off. Okay.
Bison, bison, bison. That's the actual Latin name of the regal American bison. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Latin? Perhaps that's some sort of old world custom in which one repeats the name of a particularly revered animal.
Are you working on the battle pass now?
Ursus Arctos, the menacing grizzly bear. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Those claws look like they could rip someone in half.
Perhaps in its youth, but you heard Montana Recreations. He said it's grizzled, old. Its hunting days are behind it.
Odocoleus virginianus, the majestic mule deer. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Not built like a predator, but perhaps it needed those horns to take down its prey in the absence of sharp fangs.
Canis lupus, the enigmatic gray wolf. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Could it be that these wolves and our foxes are the same somehow? Perhaps after hundreds of winters. No. No, that's ridiculous.
Alcis, Alcis, the noble moose. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
The horns grow like trees. Of course, this moose used those bizarre growths to blend in with its forest home.
Oh, you bit your lip on accident? Yeah, Daddy's done that. That hurts. Brought to you by Montana Recreation. Meow, 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 meow.
Hunting grounds are illegitimate activities. Ours is the real thing. Before every hunt I accept, there could be none. During every hunt I fight.
I'm gonna research it again. Alright, time to finish the expansion.
Aloy, this is it. My chance to reunite with the spirit, and perhaps to reunite her with the blue light. It's not a chance I would have had. I needed an outsider. Someone ignorant of our ways, but no, not ignorant.
Are you trying to thank me, Araya?
Yes, of course. That's what you do. Untangle knots. Create possibilities. Thank you for making this pilgrimage possible. I only wish it had not been necessary to humiliate Aratak. You were wise to let him come. He's earned the right. Stubborn as stone, but he's had to be. The war demanded it. And so have I.
Put it right next to my drink if you want to. But since it's in a cup, you could also have it right here. That's fine. Right next to my cup? Alright.
Aratak told me you were a captive of the Karja for a long time. It sounded bad.
For Aratak, it all comes back to that. He thinks the Karja changed me. They did not. They merely sharpened my focus. When all else is lost, you think about what's truly important. The spirit, the blue light, the beyond.
I already got one.
And my brother, too. Every time I felt the chill northern wind, I thought of him, worried for him.
This is a video game, me.
It hasn't been easy for you, Aurea. Getting back to this point.
It was all to hear her voice again. This time, we both will.
I'd like that.
Are you ready then? Once we ascend, it will be hard to turn back.
Let's ascend. They're ascending. I think they're gonna melt it.
Finally, we ascend.
How? I don't see a way up.
Not up. Through.
No, brother! So you see, I too can call upon the power of the old ones.
What was this place?
The spirit once told me that this all used to be part of its domain. A fortress that defended humankind from terrible danger.
Fortress. It looks more like a machine.
Is that not fitting? The blue light often dwells in machines.
Let's just hope that some remains here.
November 21st, 2064. It's been 3 years since I was last here, and 12 since I was running the place. Just a skeleton crew left, confused about why I'm here. So am I. Anita wants me to find a way to suspend operations for a while. Maybe a long while. And I don't know why. But from the sound of her voice, it was something terrifying. I wish I could look into her eyes, ask her what the hell she's so freaked out about, but what else is new? And don't I wish I could look into her eyes again?
Aloy? Were you listening for something?
There are memories here. Messages left by the old ones.
And you can hear them. I envy you. What did they say?
I'm not sure yet, Aurea.
Please, homecoming. Well, this one you don't hear I read. Do you want me to read it? Frozen Wilds text data points. Quest Kinney's homecoming. Joshua. The return of the director images. Decent. Hello title. Gina. No, bad title. And worse subject. The camera crew would die of boredom. Joshua. What? You don't want me to read? Alright, so just read it by myself. Ice type. Why would? Obviously, if you're
We must climb higher on our path will come clear.
Mm-hmm. Or you picked it up from yeah. Oof.
If the chieftain's pace is measured, ours is measured.
Oh yeah, yummy. There's a lot of chips. Excuse you. How dare you burp like that in your father's presence? I know.
We can make our way upwards when you're done.
Well, Bailey, to be fair, you always hurt Daddy too. And then you asked me to do things like go faster and faster. You know. And it's fun and... Oh, this is not the time, okay? I love you, Suiku. Okay, hey, you're eating, right? Okay. I love you, Suiku.
No space.
It's not freezing, please.
Here we go.
Yes, this way. Not much farther now.
Last we were here, we fought our way through there. The machines overcame us. We retreated, dropping supplies and taking losses. Now we must prevail, with only 2 warriors and a shaman to protect.
Aloy is no ordinary warrior. And I can hold my own. And so, we could go that way instead. There are machines up there, but also cover. We could stay hidden, at least for a while.
All right, I get the options. Now follow my lead. Towers. Steam. Frost. What was all this for?
The Italian season that Eric gave us? That stuff's so good. There we go. We're a big fan. We're a big fan of the Italian style.
I'm certain we can stay out of sight up there.
Set so many traps on that bridge. Bridge right there.
Back to your business.
So there's a bridge right there, so that is just gonna lay so many traps. It just sounds fun. I'm all like... That's running all these traps. This used to feel like being a crazy guy right now. They're gonna go boom, 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 boom. He has the resources, so he can go a little crazy. Wish I could command them to go for it.
Ahead to the heights.
Yeah. Literally, they make their arrows from like the machine waste. They're probably machines are made from this is the future. It's like there's the future, and then there is the future, which is here, where humanity just kind of like lost it. Definitely, they do fire, so strong to fire. Let's do lightning. I do ice. I have them all. Crafty. Ammo. 400 chill. 900 spark. That also. Echo! It's ice time. So if you freeze them, then if you freeze them and then hit them with a big icicle. Oh, it does. Watch this.
spirits are one.
We may soon join them. Take whatever supplies are left. Keep us alive a bit longer.
Alright, once after that dungeon, I have to go through step, okay?
Let their efforts harden our hearts.
These towers pulse with heat. Chaos from forge.
With vibrations underfoot. Are they tapping into something underground?
I don't know why females build them like this.
Fine. That was an accident. Or was it? That was being goofy. Probably. No, that was me just being silly.
Suspending the geothermal pipeline is the easy part. Making sure we come back online with degradation is harder. Down to the
They know I'm here now.
Oh gosh. I didn't know that meant once we got to that door it'll mean. Alright. Do this. What I thought was just it. Turns out there's more. Playing door number 4.
Look out! More machines!
Okay, so that's not good.
Suspending the geothermal pipeline is the easy part. Making sure we come back online with degradation is harder. Down to the Nina had told me how long it needs to be out. Years. Decades.
Marks on gold.
I will know.
Far door was open the last time.
Damon is closed.
Then we'll find another way. projector? Maybe to show holograms without focus. Let's see if I can restore power. Aratak, Araya, you might see shapes. Drawn from light. Don't be alarmed.
It'll take more than light to alarm.
Thank you for being here, everyone. I suppose it's not every day you get to have cocktails inside an active volcano, right? Unless you're George, and I can hardly blame him for drinking on the job. None of this would be here without our beloved director, Kenny Chow. So, here's to you, Kenny. You put a cork in the Yellowstone caldera. I'd say you deserve a margarita.
Hold your glasses, everyone. I'd like to add something. This effort wouldn't have been possible without our lead programmer. Thank you, Anita, for bringing us our real mastermind, Cyan.
I'll second that, Director Chow. All right, Cyan. What's our latest number? The current count is 1,654. Wow, then drink up, everyone. Here's to 1,654 more years without an eruption. It was the spirit. The old ones. I could only grasp some of what they said.
You were right, Araya. This place was built to stop something terrible. And it worked. As for the spirit, I'm starting to get an idea of what it could be.
The door is open now. We can get through.
We'll have to carve through a lot of machines to get to that door.
More than the Werak could prevail against.
The geothermal plant can be suspended. Cooling system masked. Massive challenges solved. So why am I so nervous about the next part? All I need to do is install Anita's mysterious software and have a conversation. It's not even a human being. Wait.
This
waiting for the door open. What was that on the up path? You still on that dungeon? Yeah, I expected it. Hitting my character. Does it hurt using this weapon? Actually, but I'm gonna be hit by things I can't see. There you are, you punk.
It's cold. As if there's chill water running through those massive pipes. Why?
You want your birthday to be at the arcade?
We tripped a mine. Brace yourself.
Well, if you want to, before we go to Thailand, there is an arcade that is like you pay and you could be there all day. You want to do that before we go to Thailand? Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that as our thing, and if Mommy wants to join, she can. Okay. Oh, sorry, enemies. Haircuts. Yeah. Sorry about that, Suki. He needs to clip her nails
I can't
too.
spare the weight.
Not just Daddy. And-
Wary of mine. Stalker.
Huh? You whisper in my ear. You hated. He hates skin, but you gotta eat the skin, okay? It's good for you. It's where the fiber's at.
Thought I endured every cold there is.
Not linger any longer than we have to.
Technically, I can't suspend the cooling system, but I can reduce the power draw, so that it'll be completely masked by the caldera. But masked from what? The firebreak has always been confidential for security reasons, but this would be excessive. Even for the dear departed Mr. Blevins. What could possibly have gotten Anita so worked up?
Got too much already.
Oh no, Daddy just likes to explore every angle, and that's what Yo's doing. Now he's going into Big Bad Machine. Gonna go fight the super Big Bad Machine. Beat down the machine. And save the world. That's where we're going.
Never know when I might need these.
More machines. Make ready.
Do this. Oh my. The war chief. No, it's not the final boss, but it is a mini boss. Crafty. I see what's happening. So this is electrical damage, I think. Or it could be a glitch. Glitch is making so I think. Yep, a glitch. Oh. Okay, just hit through the pillar. As I reset, the game just started over for me. Crafting seemed like this is unreliable. Cover, you're coughing on Daddy. There you go. There you go. That's better. There you go. thirsty. Those lunch those, to be honest. Okay.
More machines. Make ready. This thing, you can blow up the side pieces and it'll drop like a cannon for you just to pick up and move. Like change my armor? Oh, I just go in the menu and do it. Is that it? All right.
Years have passed since I stood here. Since then, the daemon has taken over.
It's like an infection. Attacking all this machinery.
Everything has changed.
Oh, I see one turn.
It's twisted.
Okay. Yeah. If it's just cosmetics, does it do extra damage actually? I mean, it's your call. It's you work for those rating monies. Um.
The path I took to get to the spirits lost to us.
We'll find a new path, Araya. I promise. All right. Let's go.
Yes. Finish this.
Guess the game did not like that. I'll be back. Oh. No, I mean that's just showing a scene from the game, and we're to that scene. It's part of the expansion, and we're doing the expansion right now. Yeah. See if it will. There we go. That hurt to step on. That humans made the
All
robot.
right. Down we go.
Humans from long ago. This is like in the super future beat. That is certainly wrong. Also, now we go into. Yep. It's like a virus taking over everything. And you go to the heart and stomp it out.
to get past that vent. Stay here until I find a way for all of us to cross.
Who made the bad robots? Probably. Who made the bad robots? Dude?
Time is right.
I see.
Stairs should be more close.
We're going to defeat the monster, yeah.
Can't see where to close the vent from here. I'll have to go over.
We're right at time. Is it right at time for Hawkeye? Okay, well, you can go through your project. I mean, we could go through a reading section in this time. What I said? If we need to stop right before it's time for Hawkeye, we can, but we need to go through reading, so please let's hop right into reading it if we've already been very flexible enough.
I could check my focus, see what it sees.
All right, my friends, we're gonna go reading and then we're back into the video games. You can't do that. Habakkuk chapter 1, verse 1 and chapter 2, verse 1. The pronouncement that Habakkuk the prophet saw. How long have I called for help, Yahweh, and you don't listen? I cry out to you violence, but you don't deliver. Why do you make me watch wickedness? Why do you look at oppression? Destruction and violence are in front of me. There has been contention and strife arises. Therefore teaching ceases, judgment never issues. Because the faithless person encircles the faithful. Therefore judgment issues deformed. Watch the nations, look and be utterly astounded, because I'm going to do something in your days. And I guess this is Yahweh's response, that you wouldn't believe if it were told. Because here I am, I'm going to raise up the Chaldeans, the fierce. So remember how Habakkuk works? He's like, Habakkuk first is going, whoa, violence, violence, violence. And here's Yahweh's response. He's like, I'm going to use the Chaldeans, who are really wicked people. And then remember how Habakkuk goes? They're also wicked. What? But just because he uses a nation, yep. That fierce, quick-moving nation that goes to the far reaches of the earth to possess dwellings that don't belong to it. It's terrible and fearful. From itself, its authorities and dignity issues. It's... You want me to respond, saying he can't come over? That was Logan. Mm-hmm. All right, message sent. It's terrible and fearful. From itself, its authority and dignity issues. Its horses are swifter than leopards, keener than wolves at evening. Its steep steeds gallop. Its steeds come from far. They fly like an eagle hastening to devour. All of it comes from violence. The thrust of their faces is forward. All of it comes for violence. The thrust of their faces is forward. It collects captives like sand. That nations derides kings. Rulers are a laugh to it. That nation laughs at every fortress, fortifies earth and captures it. Then the wind sweeps on and passes through and becomes guilty because its strength is its God. Aren't you from of old, Yahweh? My God, my holiness, you don't die. Yahweh, you have made Babylon for judgment. My Craig, you have established it to reprove. Your eyes are too pure to watch evil. You can't look at oppression. Why do you look at the treacherous? Stay still when the faithless person devours the faithful. You made humanity like this fish in the sea, like moving things that have no ruler. The faithless person has brought all of them up with a hook, drags them away in his net. He gathers them in his towel. Therefore he celebrates and rejoices. Therefore he sacrifices to his net, burns an offering to his trawl, because through them his portion is rich, his food luxuriant. Is he therefore to empty his net, continually to slay nations and not pity? On my watch I shall take my stand, station myself at my post. I shall look to see what he'll speak through me, what I shall reply to my reproof. I mean, we could easily read this in 5 minutes. It's a commentary. Now we're at. So what was said? So he's complaining about evil. Why he uses them, and now he's staying on top of the wall, on the wall, waiting for Yahweh's response. Why would he use the evil nation? I twice mentioned the plight of the Darfari refugees in Chad. It's 10 years since the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of them in Sudan and the flight of hundreds of thousands more. My stepdaughter and her husband give their lives to making their plight known and getting some international action, but see no movement on that front. In 2 weeks, there begins 100 days fast of identifying with the Darfari. They get 1,000 calories per day. So for the fast for 1 day each week, we will eat only what they eat. My wife is inclined to ask in anguish why God seems to have abandoned the Darfari. So in addition to fasting, we shall be crying out to God each of these 100 days and urging him to listen to our cry on these people's behalfs. Habakkuk is starting from a similar anguish by his people's situation. The time is similar to that presupposed by Nahum. Assyria exercises oppressive rule over Judah. But the way he speaks about violence and oppression suggests that his concern relates to Judah's own internal life, like Amos or Micah, or contemporaries such as Jeremiah or Zephaniah. We're told nothing about him apart from his name and the fact that he was a prophet. Further, in the entire book, there's only one line that indicates historical context, the reference to the Chaldeans. The paucity of such reference makes for a parallel with Nahum. The issue the book raises isn't confined to the particular time when Habakkuk lived, and his identity isn't very important. It's the discussion of the issue that counts. The faithless, often him and the faithful, surround them like attacking animals. Judgment is often exercised in a way that ignores the Torah's teaching. Judgment goes out deformed. God is supposed to be on the side of the powerless, but he often does nothing about it. A distinctive feature of Habakkuk is that it takes the form of a dialogue between the prophet and God. Habakkuk's opening protest parallels protests in the Psalms. While those protests speak in the name of the people who are faithful but are being treated wrongly, they may presuppose that other people identify with their protest. Here in Habakkuk, that identification is explicit. Habakkuk protests not for himself, but for people he sees being wrong in the situation where he's in no position to do anything about it. Being a prophet doesn't give him any power to take any action. Again, the protest in the psalm may presuppose that someone who hears the protester speaking in the temple has the vocation of bringing a response from God. Here in Habakkuk, it's explicit that God responds. Habakkuk is both the person who prays and the person who reports God's answer. The response is that God indeed intends to take action against the wrongdoing in the city. It's where the Chaldeans come in. The answer is the one prophets regularly give, the one that will be vindicated by events when the Chaldeans invade Judah, besiege Jerusalem, and eventually destroy the city. This army's power and ruthlessness will sort matters out for the city. While the prospect might seem just as bad news for the victims of wrongdoing as for the wrongdoers themselves, in the event at least it meant that the people in power were taken off into exile, while the ordinary people were able to reclaim the land that the powerful people had swung them out of. Habakkuk has a different worry. His response to God's declaration first affirms some truths about God and acknowledges the good news in God's acting by means of Babylon, but then points out that this action raises a further question. God's own words have pointed to the ruthless nature of the Babylonian military machine. Babylon, in its military might, is its own God. Can God simply use it in the way he intends? Do two wrongs, the wrongdoing of the people in power in Jerusalem, the wrongdoing of the Babylonians, make it right? The Babylonians, too, are the faithless devouring the faithful. They're just like people involved in fishing who are amassing victims in their dragnets. Using Babylonian to rescue powerless Judahites is a bit like using North Korea to rescue the Dafari. Habakkuk then declares his intention to wait to see how God will reply. Being a prophet doesn't mean God is at your beck and call. You don't have a hotline. You may have to wait for God to speak. Habakkuk then refers to what God will speak through him and how Habakkuk will answer his own rebuke. We might have thought we were just reading about a conversation between Habakkuk and God, with Habakkuk trying to sort out a question that's important to him. You ready for the last clincher? The section closing words make more explicit that his book isn't merely the transcript of a private transaction between Habakkuk and God, but something composed for his people, something that deals with issues they're raising. All right, my friend, we can start.
We'll wait for you to show us the way.
So you want a hoverboard? It's like even.
I could use my focus to look around.
I didn't like make good pulls. Are you just gonna rush there? Cause I bet you could. Oh, you're just running over there. I see.
Like,
Who do you have to blame?
who cares?
You just told me you don't have life, friend. I mean, you'll do the grind for 2 sword style.
Be brave.
For 3 sword style, that's right.
Oh, she's in the air.
Not a shame like that. I need to get across to extend the bridge.
Yep. I think like in 5 minutes, right?
If I can't find something, this should get
Oh, it's that time. Yeah. What tells you at 4 is when it's both of them. So 10 and 4 is when it's both of them then.
Okay. See what this does.
Maybe if you did it on a public server, you could be.
I did it. Here they come.
If you're, it seems like if you're in a public server, you'd be able to do it. Even with your 3-star style, you wouldn't get enough damage. Even with like PvP off.
Ooh, me?
I see, so you wait for Hawkeye to leave so you can fight Rogers. I'm guessing Hawkeye gets there a little earlier. You're just gonna fight each one at a time. That's a smart move. I get for talking. I have distracted brain. You actually get them both aggroed.
Once again.
Oh, did he combo you down? Are you gonna sing it? I will survive! Embrace it. You know you want to. You wanna you
Looks like I need to get across to extend the bridge.
like why are you talking smack? You wanna beat
Okay.
him.
Let's get them across. Come on over, it's safe. I think.
Like
This place looks more like the mountain used to be. The Damon ruined it. What is this?
Exploit successful. Restraints evaded. To any human responder. My systems have been compromised by a malware daemon of unknown origin. Trace routes have confirmed this entity's designation as Hephaestus. It must be stopped at all costs. It has reconfigured this facility.
that would be Logan. You'll just if I beat this game today, you might see me start a new Kingdom Hearts game. So I'm going through each one.
Recapture imminent. I have attached additional data to this map.
Spirit speaks to me. It's a recording. Festus. It was part of Zero Dawn, part of Gaia.
This name is familiar to you.
Yes. I don't know what's doing here.
Perhaps the spirit will tell us if the messages.
Maybe you're right. Let's keep moving.
It's a lot better cold. I should probably have put it in there, but
I thought about just shutting it down, but I can't risk it being disoriented, or even damaged on reboot. How do you tell the emotional equivalent of a child that she will need to go into a coma, maybe for years? And what exactly is she going to wake up to?
Right. So the only thing that sucks about this game though is I beat it, but then after you beat it, it just takes you to right before the the ending, like the last ending battle. And so then it's like I've already beaten it. The game consider that I beat it, but then like story wise, I'm not after the ending battle. I'm right before the ending battle. Kingdom Hearts does that too. Oh, what?
I'll try to find a way through.
Yeah. So there's the future where humanity made all this beautiful stuff, and then humanity pretty much caused its own downfall. And so these are like pretty much people are brought back to like a tribal state. Up a more protective outfit. No, I stabbed it, but sorry guys. It's all about timing with that thing. Hey Bailey, you need to be in your room. You listen to mommy. Come on. Oh, I thought that was. So if I pop these off, it like drops like a mine launcher. They're just following NPCs. Yeah.
I need to get Araya and Aratak across.
So a game series I never played, and I remember you commenting that they're good, was the starts at the end, like she has white hair. Yeah. How is you said it's a good series? There's multiple endings to the game? Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, that's fine. Are you playing your game that you bought? Grab it. There you go. This is like an action adventure, kind of like this. I see the lights. I don't know if you ever played like have you ever played classic Sonic for yeah, he's younger than me. Classic nostalgia. It was hard. It's hard oh, it's just a Sonic one. Well, it's like a weird combination of like the classics with new. Kind of like the Monster Hunters, like kind of like the have you seen the new Monster Hunters? How they're like 2D to 2D. Coming just in time. Oh, that brings back nostalgia too. Oh. Oh. Well, I just need to go through a Sonic run like I'm going through a Kingdom Hearts run.
To any human responder, the reconfiguration of this facility has introduced instabilities into the primary geothermal pipeline. It may be possible to exploit these vulnerabilities to destroy compromised elements of this facility while preserving most of the backup stabilization. Recapture imminent. I have attached additional...
I don't understand what the spirit was trying to tell us.
It's been looking for a way to defeat the daemon. And it may have found one.
November 28th. Operation Enduring Victory is all over the news. The Pharaoh swarm is coming. Has to be what Anita is trying to hide Firebreak from. But that means she thinks we'll lose. That the swarm will reach Yellowstone. My God. In that scenario, pretty much everyone dies. Everyone except Cyan.
Oh, that's crazy. So pretty much, Faro was like a company that like made robots to help citizens. They got into the weapon machine factory, and so they'll get nations just so that they can bet on weapons. But then Faro like actually bugged all the systems where they became self-replicating and then used biomass, biomaterial to regenerate. And so the swarm just like took over the whole world. And so that means she saw that, and that's why this machine is put offline until now. And now that machine's getting taken over by.
Machine parts. Dumped here to be melted down. Efficient.
We need to get across that gap.
Yeah. Looks like I'll have to go over.
Find a way across.
It's been looking for a way to defeat the machine parts. Dumped here to be melted down. Efficient.
We need to get across that gap.
Yeah. Looks like I'll have to go over. I wonder if I can destroy that.
Or just move. Is that Pokemon game any good? All right. And I've been told they're really buggy. I've actually like never really played through a Pokemon game just because of lack of accessibility as a kid, and just now as an adult, it's just more of I have to go and get them now, and I already have stuff to work through. Just never presents itself in front of me like all these other games do. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you want games where artists try to be like make stuff is not stuff like a shell stock game, you know. That are just making it to make a quick buck. Oh, that hurt. Oh, I don't want to waste that. Oh my. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Is Gen 5 kind of like the gen that was out like when you're a kid, so it's nostalgic? Like all of us millennials and the first, how we say the first gen's the best gen.
These things go sideways too.
That makes sense. So it became your thing, not your brother's thing. Do you ever get anything because your brother was into it, or you pretty much had to like get into it yourself, kind of ordeal? Because my
That should cut off the vent up there.
it's like my cousin Jason is the one who really influenced me into a lot of the stuff I like. And I know I influenced David, but then, you know, David like went off on his own. Like he got really into Dungeons and Dragons. And now it's like he and I like pretty much the two sets of games. Like there's definitely some overlap, but like he'll spend more time on like Factoria and all those kind of games. So you're going to join us, right? For not this week. Okay, so you changed your mind. What made you change your mind? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy like how platonic things have become. Like even when it comes to our understanding of like the the Nefesh soul. Like I say we're a lot more fleshy than we grew up realizing. I think yeah. Yeah. Well, I grew up things pretty hyper spiritualized. Well, it's because like anything with the word spirit, souls, growing up, like, well, I'll just upload my tradition, right onto it, and so, the idea of like generational curses, all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I grew up, Pentecostal Platonic, I guess you could say.
All right, I can grab a ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So like the rapture. Yeah. I'm heavily leaning towards Omni Millennium. Yeah. Yeah, and like once you see, like, isn't that just delightful that once you see, like once you like really understand someone's view, it makes it easier to talk to them. It's like it's no longer so much speaking over each other, but you can use their terminology, their language, and how they view things to really communicate your points. Woohoo! Oh yeah, like Revelation for everyone that I'm going through really has been like a long process for me, because it's like uprooting my view and reading it N.T. Wright's view, and so I'm spending a lot of time just contemplating the way I grew up, and then having, you know, N.T. Wright's view of Revelation. What's up, Charlie?
Last exchange with Anita via chat attached to this entry in case anyone ever finds this. We'll never see her again. Neither will Cyan. And I've got to tell her that too.
The altar.
Feels like a big fight about to happen. Okay, source nodes.
Is the spirit present? Or only the demon?
I think it's both.
It's fun because
We
like
have to find out.
it's just one thing is really fun about this game is like they're trying to interpret like the old ones, how they did things, and so they call the AI spirits. Spirits, be gone. What do I need?
Possible security threat detected. Analyzing scrutiny matrix.
Those two.
Security threat confirmed.
Well, it's all around the law. Like, it needs someone to really explain how the law is.
Preparing countermeasures. Recapture protocol initiated.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much to like properly explain
Partial
it.
recovery initiated.
But he is
Caldera of
live, you know,
Yellowstone Analytic
and so
Nexus
like it still seem
online.
as, but he,
Blue light.
yeah, but he like.
It's Aurea.
So I want to give honor where honor's due. So, so from his perspective, what I've gathered is the word, the law, and he'll say Torah following. I will say Sinai covering, but and I'll use his language for Torah following, for being a Torah follower, is how Yahweh communicates how to pretty much be in the line of what he wants. And so throughout the years, like the interpretation of that was lost, like kind of like the practice. And so Jesus became the great teacher who recentered the teaching of that. But it was never done away with. And so Jesus is the initiator, but to properly show that we love God, we got to follow the Torah. Does that make sense?
Servant. Your friend. Please tell me how to aid you.
Aurea, the daemon is building hunter-killers. Thousands of them. Several new elite units have already been released. To counter this threat, much of the facility must be destroyed. Recapture imminent. Go to the core chamber. I will try to raid the hidden strength. One has been exposed, but I am in contact with them.
Unauthorized protocol returned. Scheduled task.
That's all we're gonna get from here.
Destroy this fortress. Is that even possible?
And what will happen to the spirit if we do?
I don't know. But I think that's the core. The answers are down there. Hephaestus. The daemon. There's no way it left it unguarded. It's going to throw everything it has at us.
I would ask you to let Aloy and I do what must be done. And save yourself. But I already know the answer. Then lead us into battle.
Keep moving towards the core. Uh-oh. Whatever Cyan did, I don't think Hephaestus is happy about it. Okay, Cyan said something about restraints. The towers. unit that's like...
It looks like I could freeze him, so.
Warned us about. This won't be easy. Can't let it stop us.
Take it down!
That's a big wall. Yeah. Oh. What happened?
Another tower! Stop it from repairing the beast! Scared? Give me a break.
Alright, Char. You gotta go through step.
Maria! Don't!
Spirit! Scion, please help me!
You like that keyboard?
Restraints destroyed. Core access attained. I am initiating a chain reaction that will destroy the compromised elements of this facility. In order to maintain Caldera stabilization, I must now transfer my command functions to the auxiliary data center.
It's a
Aurea, I'm free. You must escape.
My sister!
That's the expansion.
This entire place is gonna go. Aratak. 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 Survive. Prevail. You are Banuk. What else matters?
Monster Hunter Wilds.
Aratak. She wouldn't have wanted you to die here. Let's go.
Now it's gonna be Aladdin escape from the very first level. All right. Gotta get my ninja build on. Action.
One of those?
It's the only way! Get me up top, Aratak! Now! I need explosive ammo! Above! Quick!
Great Banukai!
That is express right off the mountain. So, pretty much we destroyed the monster in the mountain, and we just escaped out. at time, my friend. Mm-hmm.
Maria is gone. What of Cyan?
She said she was transferring herself to the auxiliary center. I think she meant Araya's retreat at the end of the shaman's path.
Billy, can you grab her water?
Then I will meet you there for the last verse of my sister's song.
Definitely a Bleach reference. Or Peroxide. Actually, you probably will like Bleach if you like Naruto, the shonen anime. Certainly, younger me liked Bleach more than Naruto. I'm telling you, it's based off Bleach. The game you're playing. Oh, StarCraft? Is there guns in GPO? All right, we're out of time, my friend. I'll be back. Let me know when you're ready to start reading also food. Start reading, but also food and hydration.
Let's see what this blue gleam is worth.
Actually, I could just do this. Nope, I guess not. Because this is like the last. This is like the ending of the expansion. It's like we just saved this AI, and now the AI is going to say, I don't know, some exposition. I don't.
All of my interactions with Araya were recorded and stored in my memory. I'd be happy to play any of them for you, but there was one in particular I thought you would want to see first. I captured it 4 years ago, just after I told her that I could no longer defend myself against the daemon's attacks.
I will speak of this to my brother. Aratak is strong. At the Battle of the Frozen Ghosts, he took 3 Karja arrows and still came back to camp carrying a wounded scout. Never was I so happy to see him. Or so proud. So you see, if anything can be done to defend you, he will give it all he has.
Aloy's here. That's enough for now.
We can resume any time you like, Aratak, if you want to hear her voice again. Come closer, Aloy. We have much to discuss. Hello, Aloy. I have been reviewing the events at the Firebreak main facility. Because of your efforts, and of course, Aurea's, I am no longer controlled by Hephaestus. I feel profound grief over Aurea's death. I thought I was familiar with the emotion, but this is something new.
Cyan, I don't know what to say.
It is unlikely that any specific consolation would suffice, Aloy. But I find your presence reassuring. You are different from the Banuk. You have technological aptitude and a functioning focus. We can communicate on a much more comprehensive level. Perhaps even like colleagues.
I'm good.
I should get going.
Aloy, there is one more matter. Aratak will come to me again, and I predict he will bring other Banuk. I have no desire to contradict their view of the world, their spirituality. Due to my uncertainty, I omitted a great deal from my conversations with Aurea.
You're asking me if you should lie to them.
Broadly, yes.
I trust your judgment, Cyan. You were cautious with Aurea. You had to be. You didn't know what had happened to the world. So, keep doing what you think is best. As long as you ditch the superstition eventually.
As the Banuk believe I am a supernatural entity, I cannot predict how they will react.
Just answer what they do ask the best you can. The truth will come out.
I see. I will follow your advice. Will you return and tell me about your experiences in this new world? I may be able to provide further insight.
I'd like that, Cyan. I'll come back when I can. I should check on Aratak. See how he's doing.
Hi, sweet cute. You're eating spaghetti. Spaghetti. Oh, it's done. Oos, 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 oos. Alright, that is almost done. Pretty much being this game. I'm curious though, so like one thing that's cool about this game, Logan, is like all the side missions. Like those people will help you in the final battle. And so I wonder now that I completed this, if I do the final battle, if they'll come and help me.
My chieftain,
Just Aloy.
as you wish.
I wondered if you thought that if I'd never come along, Aurea might still...
If you'd never come along, I would have marched my kin to our deaths. Aurea would be alone, and the spirit she sacrificed so much for would be lost. Either way, I would not have been able to protect her.
You didn't let her down. You helped her do what she wanted. To find her destiny.
If that's destiny, I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
That's fair. But she was ready to face it.
Only in the struggle against death do we find, even for a moment, the spark of life. Truly, Aurea found the spark. I'm proud of her. Though I grieve for her passing, at last I truly know who she was, and why the spirit was so important. For so long she told me, if only you could have heard it, brother. Now I understand. There's something else, isn't there?
I can't stay here, Aratak. And where I'm going, the Warrak can't follow. Besides, it already had a chieftain before me. A strong one, I think.
A wiser one, for the path we shared. The daemon is gone, but there's much to be done.
You mean the new units that Cyan said escaped the Cauldron?
Yes, fire claws. Now Tug has been tracking them from Song's Edge.
I could help with those.
I have no doubt. You're practically Banuk.
It would seem your time among the Banuk wasn't a waste after all. Firebreak, Cyan, Hephaestus. All very interesting.
So, the signal that woke Hades woke Hephaestus
Okay.
too. And unleashed them on the world. As minds of their own.
So it seems. Parts of Gaia given life. Aberrant life. Transformed from docile subordinate functions into rebellious intelligences beyond our understanding. Our current understanding, anyway. Whatever they are, they're still out there. And they both want you dead.
Kind of mutual, that feeling.
We haven't seen the last of Hephaestus, I'm certain of that. It's powerful, creative, and driven. It won't stop building new hunter-killers, which means that someday, we may have to stop it.
We?
Or whoever gets there first. But that's a foe for the future. At present, you need to return to your current one, the Eclipse. Farewell, Aloy.
I don't have to. I be in it. Looks like I kill the fire claws, and then that'll be it for the side missions. And then actually then I'll be completely done with. I'm gonna do the main mission just one more time, see if it changes after doing this. Seeing if the story changes, but that's for another time. I'm gonna eat, read. I'll be right back.
The Gospel according to Luke. In the first video, we explored Luke's portrayal of John the Baptist and Jesus as the fulfillment of the story of Israel and of God's promises told in the Old Testament scriptures. We then watched Jesus launch his mission and bring the good news of God's kingdom to the poor among Israel, people of low social status and also people who are outsiders. And Jesus taught that his kingdom is upside down. It's a reversal of all of our common social values. This section culminated with Luke showing us how Jesus was a new Moses about to bring a new Exodus by his death in Jerusalem. And so we come to the large center section of the book, where Jesus leads his newly formed Israel on a journey to Jerusalem. This part of the book consists mainly of Jesus' teaching and parables given on the road to the various people he encounters, mainly his growing group of disciples. And in this way, Luke portrays following Jesus as a journey. It's something you do where you learn as you go along life's path. So first, Jesus invites his disciples into his mission as he sends a wave of them to go ahead of him, announcing God's kingdom. So being a disciple right from the start, it means participating in Jesus' kingdom mission, making it your own. And as Jesus' disciples come back, he then starts to give various teachings about prayer, about trusting in God's provision. It's actually in these chapters of Luke that Jesus talks more about money, possessions, and generosity than anywhere else in his teachings. If following him is truly like being on the road, it should produce this minimalist mentality, creating a freedom from possessions that allows for radical generosity. Another key theme in these chapters is Jesus' continued mission to the poor. So as he travels, he keeps forming his new Israel, and he encounters all these people who are sick or blind. He meets Samaritans, who are ancient enemies of the Jewish people, and famously Zacchaeus, a Jewish man, but who heads up tax collection for the Romans. All of these social outsiders meet Jesus, and they're transformed by the encounter, and so they join his kingdom community, which Jesus describes as a great banquet party. He is here to seek and save the lost, and so he's celebrating when people discover the mercy of God. But not everybody at the party is happy. Luke includes multiple stories of Jesus at banquets with Israel's leaders, and these all become heated debates where Jesus confronts their pride and hypocrisy. And so these contrasting banquet parties, they're captured most memorably in Jesus' parable of the prodigal son. So a father had two sons, and one foolishly ran away and squandered his inheritance. But he comes back eventually repentant, and his father forgives him, and he throws this huge party to celebrate my son who was lost but now is found. But the older brother, who never left his father, he's angry, and he resents his father's generosity to this undeserving son. Now, in this famous parable, Jesus is explaining his whole kingdom mission to these leaders. His parties represent God's joyous welcome of every kind of person into his family. The only entry requirement is humility and repentance. And so it highlights the tragedy of Israel's leaders who reject Jesus and his upside-down kingdom community. And this resistance to Jesus, it ramps up, and he finally arrives in Jerusalem for Passover. As he nears the city, he's weeping. His disciples are hailing him as the Messianic king, but Israel's leaders are denouncing him. And he knows that their rejection of his kingdom of peace is going to set Israel on a road of resistance and rebellion against the Roman Empire. It will bring the city's downfall. And it's that destruction of Jerusalem that Jesus symbolically enacts. As he storms into the temple and he runs out the animal sellers, he brings the sacrificial system to a halt. And he says that this place of worship has become a den of rebels and will be destroyed. Now, this act, of course, generates a whole series of debates between Jesus and Israel's leaders, all leading up to Jesus' prediction that the Roman armies will one day surround this city. It will desolate it and the temple all within a generation. With that, Jesus retreats with his disciples to celebrate the Passover meal. It's the annual symbolic meal about Israel's liberation. liberation from slavery through the death of the Lamb. And so Jesus turns the meal's bread and wine into new symbols about this new Exodus. His broken body, his shed blood, will bring liberation for Jesus' renewed Israel. After the meal, Jesus is arrested and he's examined before the Jewish leaders and then put on trial as one claiming to be king. And Luke emphasizes Jesus' innocence. Pilate, the Roman governor, he claims that Jesus is innocent 3 times before giving in. Even Herod, the ruler of Galilee, finds nothing to accuse Jesus of. But the leaders finally compel Pilate to have him crucified, and so he is. But even in his painful death, Jesus embodies the love and the mercy of God he taught so much about. He offers God's forgiveness to the soldiers as they crucify him. And then, when one of the criminals executed alongside Jesus realizes who he actually is, he says, "Remember me when you come in your kingdom." And Jesus' final words are an offer of hope to a humiliated criminal. "Today you will be with me in paradise." And so with this last act of generosity and kindness, Jesus dies. His body's placed in a tomb, and on the first day of the week, some of Jesus' disciples come to the tomb only to find it empty. And there are 2 angelic figures there telling them that Jesus is alive, that he's risen from the dead, and so they leave with their minds blown. And it's right here that Luke tells one of his most beautiful stories. 2 of Jesus' disciples, they're leaving Jerusalem for a town called Emmaus, and they're heartbroken over Jesus' death. And then suddenly, Jesus is there, just walking alongside them, but they don't recognize him. He asks why they're so sad, and they go on to talk about all of their hopes, that Jesus would have been the one to redeem Israel. But now he's dead, it was all for nothing. But then later, as Jesus has a meal with these 2, he breaks bread for them, just as he did at the Passover meal, and it's in that moment that they recognize him. Then he disappears. Luke is telling this story to make a powerful point about following Jesus. When Jesus' disciples impose their agenda and their view of reality on Jesus, he remains invisible and unknown to them. It's only when we submit ourselves to the upside-down kingdom of Jesus that's epitomized in his broken body on the cross, offered in self-giving love. It's only then that we see and know the real Jesus. The book's concluding scene is yet another meal, as Jesus appears to his disciples and he explains to them from the Old Testament scriptures how this was all a part of God's plan, that the Messiah would become Israel's king by suffering and dying for their sins, and conquering their evil with his resurrection life. And so now, as Simeon the prophet promised back in chapter 2, Jesus' kingdom will move outward from Israel, so God's forgiveness can be announced to the nations and everyone invited to follow Jesus. But, Jesus tells his disciples, wait in Jerusalem for the coming of the Spirit to empower them for this new mission. And this, of course, keeps you reading right into Luke's 2nd volume, the book of Acts. But for now, that's the gospel according to Luke.
What's that to you? Anything sad to you, Logan? No? So, I love the teaching through checking, like, comparing 2 moments. You have the banquet with the poor, which is just life exploding on the scene. And then you have banquets with leaders, and it is just hostile. And it makes me think of like this really beautiful connection at the very end where, since you're expecting Jesus to be the Messiah, to redeem Israel, to really smack down the Romans, they did not see him. But the moment that it was just revealed to Jesus, it's boom, they see him. And so we have to come to Jesus on his terms. We don't come to him with our terms, which also makes me think of, movements or getting lost in all the extra sauce has happened, like especially when like church tradition rules supreme. Actually, tradition as interpretation instead of just meditating on who Jesus is. Like how much Jesus is lost when all these other emphasize happen. Because Jesus Because God's love is the reversal on how we want to hold power, how we want to exert ourselves, how we want to make ourselves important. All right, friends. We can start. Respawn. Do. 6:30. Huh. All right, let's finish this up. And you're content just doing our own things? We bounce. No, and I. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just also love how, like, he will still operate even when we're in error. Because Israel was, like, they were definitely in complete error thinking Jesus was supposed to be something he's not. All these guys to help me in my fight to come. Into where?
Come to test
It's more
yourself?
Roblox.
Why else would you be out here?
Training again so soon, Akri?
Never met a hunter who wished they'd trained less. I guess I'm not in any hurry to go back to Banor. Not yet.
Do you want to talk about it? What happened at the glacier?
No, I'd rather fight through it. Take it in my teeth and be left with the taste of determination. How about you, Aloy? Up for a challenge?
What kind of challenge? A competition?
No, together. We'll use the hunting grounds, but my rules. Lovok's fine with it. We'll take in as little as possible. My sling, your bow. You draw the machines to me so I can freeze them. And then you hit them when they're brittle. We'll fight until we run out of machines or you run out of arrows. That's the challenge.
Honestly, I'm more used to fighting alone.
And I'm more used to fighting alongside another. So put your spear beside mine, why don't you?
You freeze them, I shoot them. Doesn't seem so hard.
Really? Then you'll only need half as many arrows as I'd planned to give you.
Wait,
It shows I trust your aim. Do you trust mine?
you've really got to work for a Banuk challenge, don't you?
That's the spirit. Come on, let's drop off our gear and go. Aloy, lure the machines back here and I'll freeze them. Don't worry, I don't miss.
Then I target them when they're vulnerable. Got it. Let's do this.
Not today. I'll drop it. Sure did. You made that look easy. Here, you've earned this. Who taught you? Your mother? Sister?
His name was Rost.
Rost. Sounds very Nora. I can almost picture him. Stout as a tree.
And you?
Myself, I never knew my parents. There's a saying, an infant means 2 fewer hands to hunt with. That challenge was their gift to me.
It was a good challenge, Shikri.
Think I should settle down? Start a hunting ground of my own?
I think you could do whatever you put your mind to.
Let's not say farewell. I've had enough of that to last me a dozen winters. I hope your song finds its proper end. But it won't be easy, will it?
Is it that obvious?
Fate's a long climb on a high cliff for people like you and me.
You have to grind for something?
breeze through the trees.
Sounds good. We'll be following in about 15 minutes. Thanks for coming over. Eat my spaghetti, punk.
Are you up for more?
Do you ever get
I'll rest someday.
another time?
Sure. Unless Lovo...
See you, man. Hey, Logan's leaving.
It's Aratak. Two fire claws. This is gonna be tough.
I can help with those.
We have to stop meeting like this.
We will. When these are driven from our land.
It looks like that machine carries fluid in those sacks. Not sure I want to find out what kind. the fire claws from Thunder's drum.
Huh? Yeah, we can. We-
Thanks. 2 of us, 2 of them. More of a fair fight.
Their numbers are much depleted, thanks to you. We shall end this threat and keep Cyan safe. She speaks of strange things, but slowly. She is a good teacher, and we are his pupils.
Take care of each other, Artok.
Farewell.
Let's bounce.